Alright, y'all. Let's try to finish this out again. Is it really so bad that I just want to know what's gonna happen? Who the crispy body is? I just want my questions answered. Is that really so bad? I just want to know what happens. I wasn't aware that it was a crime to be curious. I don't remember what I was supposed to be doing. There's a bunch of computers all lined up. They look like high-performance PCs. Nothing like the ancient laptop Alter Ego was installed on. They're all on, but they seem to be locked. So what? You can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force your way in. You know, I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works at all. You know, a lot of y'all, I wonder how y'all made it to the age that y'all are. I've got questions. What century are you from? Toko, when did you turn back to Toko? You were... Never mind. You got Toko knocked out of you. Never mind. Forgot that you got blown up. The mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network. And Alter Ego. You may well be right about that.
What?
But there's no point in thinking about it now. You're right. Is he though? This door's kinda creepy. It's got a picture of Monokuma on it. What could be inside? No luck. Have you tried the key? The door's locked, huh? What if you use the key that opened this room? Let's give it a try, just in case. Nope, no good. Won't even fit in the keyhole. Oh.
Yeah!
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Yeah, I guess you're right. Can't stop thinking about that door with Monokuma's picture on it. But worrying about it isn't gonna do me any good. Hina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Y'all are real optimistic about this. Like, real optimistic. Literally, every last one of them. They don't know who that body belongs to. They're just assuming at this point. There's really a ridiculous number of monitors here. And the mastermind's been using them all to spy on us. As long as I have this. Huh? Look at the master go. It's like a feast for the eyes. Toko, I hate reading for you. I really do. You make it weird every time. Nope. I'm not about to bite my tongue trying to read that. How much is a monthly membership? Is she trying to get Bacula To start an OnlyFans? Is that what I'm gathering? Yes. You know, or even just get her neutered. At this point, she doesn't need the organs. She's using them in all the wrong ways. Hmm. Jeez, I can't believe how many monitors there are. My eyes are flickering as fast as they are. Nope, please get me off of her. I mean, I want to know why they were killed as much as the next guy. But I also really want to get out of here. Why was the mastermind murdered? To figure that out, we need to find out the identity and purpose of the mastermind. So y'all really ain't got nothing else to say. That's crazy. There's nothing showing up on this one. Huh? Hey, look, next to that TV. Isn't that a TV antenna?
How about that?
It is. It's just like the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas. I don't know about that. Wait, so if we hook up that antenna, we could watch TV? What kind of antenna is that thick? Huh? Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well, Saturday morning Hina's here. Are you talking about me? Okay. Anyway, if we can watch TV, let's do it. Come on.
You know?
Aren't y'all supposed to be trying to figure out who the dead body is and the identity of the mastermind? Just throwing that out there. How did y'all get so easily distracted by television? You're all starved for info from the outside world, huh? All right. Let me work my magic and you'll be quantum leaping your way to TV land before you know it. I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about?
You know? Huh?
Oh. What's wrong? Good news for all you Saturday morning kiddies out there. I think I got the TV working. Really? Now all we gotta do is switch it on.
What?
Then do it. Friggin' idiot mastermind. All you guys need to cut free from the regrets of the outside world.
What the heck?
And they were sitting here watching TV the whole time. They really thought they could get away with it.
Huh?
Well, you played yourself. Huh? This is... It's the feed coming from the surveillance camera monitoring this room, isn't it?
What the heck?
Huh? That's weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh?
It's really weird. I don't know why Hero sounds like Guy Sensei in the back of my mind now. All I see is bushy brow. You're weird. Weird in every possible way. And not just weird, super weird.
But...
This TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So how's it showing the camera feed?
Well...
Did you try changing the channel?
Oh,
Oh, good idea. Let's give that a try. Hero went through each channel one by one, but on every channel it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center.
What the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be?
No. There must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick?
Actually.
I'm not sure, but... Huh?
Hmm?
Hmm?
Huh?
What?
Huh?
What?
So we just gonna go back and forth? Been a while, you friggin' bastards! Monokuma? How? You're supposed to be dead. Now, how's he supposed to be dead if y'all openly acknowledge that there were multiples of him? Y'all didn't think that there was. I forget that y'all don't actually. You know, not me. You know, I never would have predicted that Monokuma would not in fact be dead in his own game. Huh? Who'd have thunk it? Huh? Man, the plot thickens. Huh? It thickens so much. Hi, Spook. Me? Dead? Don't be freaking stupid.
What?
Hey, you're acting kind of strange. Something seems different.
Of course.
Thank you. You know, I tried to find something for Makoto, but the only things that I found were Monokuma and Junko. And Monokuma bothered me less than Junko did in her short time in the world of the living. So, I went with this one. Of course I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Can I take back my statement on the level of annoyance? Okay. Not even. It's been like half a day at most. How are you alive again? Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see. The moment you went from hope to despair. I knew it was on purpose. I freaking knew it. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead. All for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? You're the ones who should pretend to be dead when you see a bear. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? I mean, that's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well now.
I definitely take back my statement. And that's that.
Shing!
Well, it's almost time to cut off your past so full of hope and begin to despair at the future ahead of you. I want you to all have way more fun in this killing game.
Huh?
You can't be serious. We have to keep going.
Let me out of here!
No! We were supposed to get out of here. Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? There is no getting out of here. And besides,
Yep.
this life isn't all bad, you know? I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life, no matter where you are. Sir, you're doing a lot. You rose from the dead and you're back to speaking in riddles. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in? It's fair?
Well now.
Whew. I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now. The point.
Hey,
You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Yes, indeed. That TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding a secret of some kind.
What the heck?
But I connected the antenna. So why is it just showing us the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushy secret and tell you about it. That TV is absolutely, without a doubt, displaying the signal coming in on the antenna.
huh?
But what does that mean?
What the heck?
It's displaying the signal, but it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
Oh, you're so stupid. Don't you get it? Fine, I'll just tell you.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Well, I did not see that coming. This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. Did not see that coming at all. I figured that there was some rich people somewhere who were bored and wanted to see this. Not it being a whole national television show. I've got questions. I've got so many questions. Is that why the families haven't come to look for them? Are they cashing in on their kids being on the show? Did they volunteer their children to be on this show? Does it have nothing to do with their individual talents at all? And more to do with their parents volunteering their services? What?
Extreme!
This killing game is being broadcast live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. Doesn't matter how many times he says it. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. So do the people in the real world know that this is actually happening to these kids? Or do they think that it's a scripted show made to look real? 'Cause this will decide how I judge the people of the world. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I'd understand the deeper meaning. Oh! Oh! Then my initial judgment sticks. I'm offended. Why are they putting children through this? There are so many rotten adults that could go through this. Why the kids? Huh? What? Broadcast live to the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this? So, essentially, Hunger Games, but in murder mystery form? I'm flabbergasted. Broadcast live to the entire world. What kind of bad trick is this?
That's
It can't be. Scripted for sure. Because I greatly enjoyed Hunger Games. But I don't know that I would be able to watch it knowing that real lives were at stake. Like, give me a good murder mystery any day. And if you make it Hunger Games associated, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Especially if you don't make it obvious who snuck and done what. It can't be. Have they taken over the airways somehow?
Oh no!
The camera feed is being broadcast? No way, that's impossible.
Phew.
That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in your crisis management system, you know that? I've been trying to tell them this all game. They get way too confident about things being the way they believe they are. It leads to their downfall every time. All you need to know is one weird trick that I found, and hijacking the airwaves is easy mode. Ah, so they're not watching it willingly. You're forcing it upon them. I feel a little better about that. Just a smidge. Are you being serious right now?
Of course.
I heard a kind of creaking, but the sound is coming from my own mind, like a boat tossing in the ocean. My mind had begun to creak and groan.
Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, all those tantalizing tidbits about the school's mystery, even me alluring you here right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all for my captive audience, to show them true despair like they'd never seen it before. I became the director of despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show. The best in despair entertainment.
what are you saying?
You're lying. If this was on TV, the police and everyone else would be going crazy. Yeah. There's no way they wouldn't have tried to come and rescue us.
Actually,
What if they already did? Huh?
yes, indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure, some people might yell at their TV to try and warn you, but who would actually come here to help? Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally though, so whatever.
This can't be.
But to take control of all communications like that, you'd need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So, how could things have come this far? Well, that's a secret. Something you'll all need. There's something you all need to do first, remember? What?
Of course.
Yeah, duh. There's the little business of... No, he didn't come back
body has
just
been
in
discovered.
time to make the dead body announcement.
After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like,
Wow.
the class trial will begin.
He really came back just in time for that. Just in time. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. It's literally a commercial that came right after Monokuma's commercial. How convenient. How very, very convenient. A commercial break to come with his commercial break. Oh. I guess that's how it goes, huh? Wow. Huh? Huh? Class trial? Do you mean? Oh, please stop giggling in my ear.
It's the Monokuma file!
I'll leave the next Monokuma file right here. Everyone give it all you got, okay?
Heart-pounding excitement!
Okay. Things are gonna get pretty crazy from here on out. You're in for a heck of a ride.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Bruh. And then he was gone. Reality was incomprehensible. The truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. You know, y'all do this every single time. Y'all be wasting some of y'all investigative time. I couldn't think. Took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. Oh, dramatic, aren't you? Super dramatic. I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment and How is he still alive? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. They're already a pain. Now it's gonna be even more of a pain. Oh. And that just tells me that the freaking narrator is just gonna throw a bunch of other crap in my face under the grounds of helping me out. He's so annoyed. Oh, I'm gonna be so annoyed. I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I don't foresee anything dealing with Danganronpa to be pleasant as far as the helping hands have to do with it.
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. And plus, what did he say about a class trial?
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that at this point, we have to figure out who the culprit is. Figure out who killed Kyoko. What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Mukuro Ikusawa was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Kyoko certainly fulfills that condition. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means that the mastermind, Mukuro Ikusawa, isn't dead. So naturally, that body can't belong to her. So it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibility. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered? No! It's not possible! Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it.
Quiet.
Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth, sir. You've been confident and wrong at all 5 of these trials. So I would calm yourself down. Maybe take a step back. Cause y'all don't be having the information that y'all be needing to come to the right conclusions. If you refuse to believe it, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. I always have to, because y'all don't ever actually help me. Y'all make me do all the work myself. Anyway, we'd better begin.
But
if we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer.
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, it's not precisely what I'm saying, no.
Huh?
But you just said...
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable mountain of issues I need to confirm. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they came to that conclusion as soon as they realized that the knife was in my room. So I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That is how the game works, after all. Shut up. Well, I better start by checking out the Monokuma files. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They also had been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Oh, the investigation music that doesn't quite match up to the mood that everyone's feeling. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body. Could it really be Kyoko? Or I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. I mean, if they're gonna play it, at least it sounds good. No matter what, I have to find out what happened. Or we're all dead. Yeah? Because without Kyoko, and if you leave it up to these other ones, we'd all be dead 4 trials ago. I need to go back to the scene of the crime. Back to the garden. Okay, time to get started. I need to check anywhere that might be important, from one end to the other. I just need to do what I always do. Doing what I always do. Looks like fragments of something. They're all burnt, so I can't really be sure, but I feel like I've seen something like it before. But where? Wait, was it there? Makoto, fill me in. I am not in your digitized brain. Tell me where you last saw it, please, and thank you. I'll have to double check that later. Double check? What, Makoto? You haven't actually told me anything. I'll check the body more thoroughly. Maybe then I'll find out for sure if it's Kyoko or not. Huh? There's something weird about the body's fingernails. You know, I was more so thinking of the tattoo, not the fingernails. But go off, Makoto. Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. Every single time. It never fails. It never fails. But also, why do these nails remind me of Junko's? Am I tripping? Like, am I super tripping? This reminds me of Junko. You know, it would be an absolute plot twist if Junko didn't actually die that early in the game. It would be an absolute plot twist. Because that really did come out of nowhere. You know, I'm gonna hold off my theories. I'm gonna hold off. Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. They seem like they get in the way of normal activity. There's also something on the back of her right hand. Oh, is there? Is this a tattoo? It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like it before. The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burned up. There's only one little piece left. I don't know what you're looking at, Makoto, but that looks like a lot of piece left. But again, go off. I feel like it's safe to say that we don't need to question these knowledge points of Makoto, because at this point I'm convinced that he lived in a bubble his entire life. All he had was chat rooms, school, and home. He saw nothing else of the world. Nothing else at all. Oh, wait, we're really just gonna leave it at that, huh? Wild. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion. So it's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is set. See, I'm more inclined to believe that he may not have seen a dog in real life, because that tattoo completely looks like a canine. But half burnt or not, it looks like a canine of any variety. Our poor boy is a little slow, and I've come to accept that after all this time. That's because it got set on fire, and I threw water on it. Okay, question. Is this even a real dead person? Because from this angle, it's looking very mannequin, very cadaver-like. Since I only threw water on the part that was on fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, there's nothing strange about the top half being wet. There isn't, right? Yeah, probably. Look at the hair though. Oh, that's true. So we can't see any other angles? That's crazy. I want to look at her hair. The lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire, so I dumped a bucket of water on it, which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. There's nothing strange about that, right? Makoto, I worried about you, bro. There's a knife laying on the ground. Is this? It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. Why did it have on a jacket backwards? That's what I would really like to know. Who covered the body in a jacket? Because it looks like the arms are not in the sleeve. It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. The force of the explosion must have thrown it over here. So it only went that far? The Monokuma file said that the knife went all the way through the body, from front to back. Does that mean this knife is what caused the fatal injury? Well, you know, a lot of spur-of-the-moment murders, they don't be thinking these things through at all. They just hope that people are in so much of a panic that they're not going to notice the little details. Either way, this knife, it looks really familiar. So this man don't recognize the knife that he was given to put in the drawer, was then potentially threatened with in his fever dream that wasn't a fever dream, and is now lying in front of him. Okay. Kyoko is not Kyoko. Makoto is hopeless without Kyoko. I'm convinced. Wait, is this? Duh! You literally had a flashback about it like, I don't know, 3 minutes ago. That's it. It's the knife that person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in the mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same masked attacker we found here. So maybe this masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was in a kind of trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife. Makoto, you can't even take a punch to the face. What makes you think that even half asleep, you have the whereabouts to be able to take a knife out of anybody's hand? Please, tell me where you got this confidence in yourself from. Because you need to spread that out a little further into other areas outside of your imagination, sir. And maybe then and if this really is Kyoko, it means Kyoko is the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. I'm saying, if that's all it takes, then somebody wake me up at 3 a.m. threatening my life with a large blade. Because I've personally never had the strength to be able to do any of that while I'm down with a fever. Clearly, Makoto, he has opposite effects. I just don't know. I don't remember anything clearly from last night. No. No, it can't be. There's no way. I remember there's a chicken in chicken coop. I count 4 chickens. Huh? 4?
Yo!
What's going on, Makoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? Of course. There were precisely 5. Yeah, right?
Huh?
Hmm? What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens here now. We're 1 short. That's so weird. I wonder when it disappeared.
But...
I was down here just before nighttime last night, and there were definitely 5 chickens there.
What?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world. How? How? These chickens have 0 effects on what's going on outside in the world. 0 effects at all.
Conspiracy!
It's like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappears, the entire world will remain unfinished. I don't think that chickens are that important to the ecosystem. I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. Why did one of the chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? No.
What the heck?
Ah. Just to be sure, I should take a look at the tool shed. This room is dusty and disorganized. In other words, a pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? We'll probably look into that. Could be related to the case. Then why didn't you do it right then? The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the underside is totally clean and completely dry. One side of that tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. Why? Why would that bother you? It's the one thing in here that concerns me. Oh, that's the one thing. Isn't it? No. No. Get me out of here. Are y'all up on top there? No, you feel like a pipe. Alright. Out we go. Oh, I can't look at that fragment? That's crazy. Can I look at the head? I need to look at the head. The head, por favor. The head itself would tell me if it was Kyoko or not. We're looking at all the wrong places. Tell me, Makoto. I want to talk with you. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words,
I'd like to hear your alibi. Excuse me? Alibi?
in other words,
Correct. I'd love to hear where you were after nighttime began last night. Well, I was sick. So I was asleep all night. But why are you asking me that now? And what's nighttime got to do with it?
naturally.
Isn't it obvious? This murder took place after nighttime. How do you know that for sure? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone so I could tell them about Monokuma. He has been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was nobody here.
In other words,
So the murder could only have taken place at some point during nighttime, after I left the garden. So it seems to me like it took place in the morning, because le tard is le wet, which means that this body might have been here when it does the little sprinkler system at whatever time the sprinkler system goes off, because I forget the exact time. Completely forget what time it is. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? So you mean to tell me that none of y'all took a bathroom break? Like, nobody went to go use the bathroom, like at all. And Hina herself stayed in there without going to get some vittles out of her bedroom. You know she can't stop eating. I got questions. Seems to be a little bit of loopholes I'm feeling. Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's room to get them. At that point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only ones who don't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
that's right.
And if the victim really is Kyoko, because they're always swearing that they did this and did that, and then we find out that they did none of it. Somebody snuck off somewhere, or they branched off because someone's not telling the truth. I don't want to hear it until you give me solid proof. Then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well. But you never came to the door. So, where precisely were you? I'm telling the truth, I was in my room, but I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so that's hardly an alibi. I know. So, what now? You seem to be at quite the disadvantage here. I'm the only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? Well, Makoto, we done had our backs against the walls before. It's 11 o'clock right now. Okay, and...
You're serious?
Oh. Well, I was just thinking about when we first found the body. When the body was found, huh? I should look back at what I did this morning. Help me remember when that was. Monokuma's announcement woke me up at 7 o'clock, as usual. And I headed for the dining hall pretty soon. Once I got there, I met up with Hina. That was right around 7:30. Then I headed to the gym, where everyone else was waiting, and Toko went to get the pickaxe. And that's where she found the body. What time was it then? It was 9! Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. So probably 9 on the dot now. That's right. It had to have been right around 9 o'clock.
You know?
Now that you mention it, I think you're right. So I think we can say for sure the body was found at 9 a.m. Okay, my job's done. Wow. That's a pretty small job. Do you really expect more from him? Like, truly? He never helped during any of these investigations. Oh, who does that body belong to? Whoever it is, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to say anymore. I mean, there's not blood, but... Listen, Makoto. Do you remember how the body looked, you know, before it blew up? If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a light sticking out of his stomach, and the area around it was stained with blood. Apparently the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the floor was still wet. The officer said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But for how much blood there was on the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it. Makoto, didn't we just find a chart? Okay. Wow, thanks. That was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that helped me remember it a lot better too. So thank you too. So, where did you get killed again? I don't think I've seen everything there is to see. Makoto, I didn't want you to go back in there. Makoto, you made none of the connections! Thought if we revisited it, we might have found something a little different. The Monokuma flower, huh? Nah.
In other words,
That's
right.
You said nothing different to me. No matter when, no matter where. Alright. Get me out of here. Panel that controls the spray base. It's set to turn on at 7:30 every morning. And Monokuma said the time positively couldn't be changed. Huh? Hold on. So the sprinklers turn on at 7:30 each morning, right? Then body was here before then. The sprinklers should have gotten it wet. Which means the murder must have taken place. Learn your time. You didn't finish the statement. I think I've checked everything I need to in this area. But I'm not done yet. Have you checked everything, or are you not done yet? Make it make sense. There are other areas I need to check. Specifically that fragment I found before. There's somewhere I need to go in order to confirm my suspicions. I still need to find out more about Kyoko. Is that corpse really Kyoko? That's true. But the hair color, the nails. Kyoko won't out here wearing press-ons. Was that also Kyoko who attacked me last night? If I can find out more about her, maybe I can answer that question. Kyoko was never the kind of person to talk about herself all that much. Maybe if I can get into her room, I'll be able to find out more. But the key to her room...
It's all clear now.
I will simply limit your options. I can't allow you to engage in any further suspicious activity.
What?
Limit my options.
Just give up.
Give me the key to your room. I don't have a choice. I have to see if he'll let me borrow her room key. Hey, Byakuya? If you do come up with an alibi, I'd be happy to hear it later at the class trial. Oh no, it's not about that. You have the key to Kyoko's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect after all.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. I want to go with you. I don't want to spend more time with you, Dracula. Then, will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see. Give the key to somebody else and tell them to come with me.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you or I may not. Come back later, huh? Okay then. In the meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Now, Makoto, would you like to fill in the class about where the fragment you think came from? Maybe I should check out that one area. What area, Makoto? What area? I don't know. In the gym. Got it. Makoto, don't never be telling me anything. God dang it. Like, really? How does he expect one to read his mind? Are we expected to remember where that came from? every time.
You know? Huh?
Oh, yeah, the bomb. And that bomb went missing. There's no doubt about that. The fragment I found in the garden. Oh, is that what we're going with? I would have never guessed that was that bomb. Why did it turn that color? Well, dang. See, I love me a good map to tell me where I'm going. But I never think to look at the map for hints to where clues are. Okay, I've checked everything else I can think of. All that's left now is Kyoko's room. So head back to the garden as Byakuya. Oh, does this count this later? Don't be an a-hole. You think you can go soon, Byakuya?
Let's go.
You wanted to check out Kyoko's room, right? Very well. Let's go. Ah, wait for me! Byakuya walked off without a second glance, and I hurried after him on our way to the door. You couldn't just drop me off in front of her door. Well then, here we go. Byakuya took out the key and slid it into the keyhole, and it's open. Looks like it. Thanks. So, this is Kyoko's room. There's something on the table. It's a woodblock decoration.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use it for their lockers. Pretty much. Except for Hero's room that's covered in all the crap. I wouldn't know. Never gone to a public bathhouse. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. You know, it's covered in a bunch of psychic materials. A lot of what are they called? Bunch of astrological stuff. But if it is a key, I think I might know what it unlocks. Really? What? Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I saw something in the dojo that this might go to. I was gonna laugh because, you know, he's sad. If he was really all that psychic, he wouldn't get into half the shenanigans that he gets into. He also wouldn't end up dead wrong about everything that comes out of his mouth. The dojo. Alright.
Such ignorance.
Hey, I think it would be wise to look around a bit more. Then you look around a bit more. I want to go to the dojo. Here's her bed. Personally, I feel like there should be a decimal point in front of the 33. But you know, who am I to tell them his percent and his statistics? I don't see anything interesting here. At least not as far as the case is concerned. What more do you want from me, huh? Here's the bathroom. Might have certain articles hanging out to dry. Better not look inside.
What?
I was really trying to avoid it. I was really trying to avoid it. I was praying that there was just something else in the room that I needed to click on. You wanted to come here, right? So what is it you're looking for? Nothing in particular. Just something like find some kind of clue here. A clue that might almost understand Kyoko.
Come on.
You can't be serious. That's why you made me take time out of my search to come here. You could have just let me come by myself. You could have just sent me with somebody else. You chose to come here. You made your own life difficult. Also, yes, every single time. Don't you apologize, Makoto. Regardless, if you plan on poking around at random, you're doomed no matter how much time you take. Surely, you have something more concrete. Something to give us some sort of direction. Bachelor, I'm getting real sick and tired of you, sir. I'm getting real sick and tired of you. More concrete. Oh, I know. Earlier, Kyoko gave me something. Huh? What's this?
It's true.
Consider it a symbol of my determination. Don't open it yet. Open it only if something ever happens to me. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Found it! Oh, did you sleep with it next to your heart, Makoto? Did you keep it that close to you? What's in the envelope? Kyoko gave it to me. She said if something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something has certainly happened. So open it. Okay. Stop listening to these people, Makoto. Stop listening to them. I opened the envelope and looked inside. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheet.
What?
That's all that was in there? Yeah. It looks like it. Under the sheet. What could it be? Do we really want to compare him to other people with the way he behaves? Do we really want to compare him? Because do you see that? Any other person would assume that under the sheets means to look under some sheets. not Makoto. But could something be hidden under the bed sheets? Ain't that what she said? Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but as I lifted up the sheets, what's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class number 78, student registry, Mukuro Ikusawa.
I see.
It appears to be Mukuro Ikusawa's profile. Yeah, looks like it. Probably the other thing Kyoko stole when she snuck into the headmaster's room along with the key. Are we really surprised at those kinds of details? Because I'm not. I expect to see nothing be drawn absolutely the same from one scene to the next. Gosh! You're so annoying! Fine, I'll tell you. It was a key and that's it. This must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Well, you know, first game, they're getting out all the bugs. They were just trying to make it through. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing. And this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgences. Hurry up and finish your search. Byakuya, I swear. I swear for cheesecake. You could also put your little scrawny arm up under the sheet. I don't know. I just want to get punched in the Adam's apple. Just one good time. Made an effort to pull myself together, then look down at the profile sheet. Name, Mukuro Ikusawa. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Fenrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she'd received battle training of her own volition. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. Did she kill her family? Was her family's mission? The ultimate soldier. A mercenary king. This doesn't feel real. The world I grew up in, like a completely different dimension. It's like one's non-fiction and the other is sci-fi. There's no way to even compare the two. That's how different this is. That was how I saw things as just an ordinary person.
I
But
see.
then, I never imagined I would hear the name Fenrir in a place like this. Huh? You recognize it?
Naturally.
The Fenrir Mercenary Corps is a collection of battle-crazed warmongers. but they do have their uses, and they always get the job done. That's worth remembering. All part of a world totally removed from the one I live in. I have to say, I'm intrigued. Every rumor I've heard says that Fenrir has already...
Found it!
Whoa! I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero. It's you!
What?
What have you got in your pretty little hand there?
What?
Uh-oh. You found her profile? So what if we win?
Hey, come on now.
Don't freak out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoko either. Even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rule against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Ugly, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. She's dead. She's dead. You know, there's really nothing that you can do about it at this point. You just gonna have to accept that L. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivorous, you know? So, at this point, her body probably rotten, okay? She wasn't stuffed with preservatives. She went out all natural.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about these regulations of yours. Of course I am. A proper school life is built on the dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh, so you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is now, can I? In fact, on the subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? Interesting. It's about the one writing all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
when you all first got together in the main hallway, back when there were 15 people there, right? Man, I wish I could see Junko's other hand. Because that hair color and the nails are making me feel very suspicious. I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all. A misunderstanding? Are you saying...
in other words...
That's right. There weren't actually 15 of you.
Yes, indeed.
The total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16. But do we know that for sure? Because the tattoo was on her right hand. And we can't see her right hand in that flashback. Then
Yukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
The 16th student, Yukuro Ikusaba. She's part of his school life. So the one making all the regulations is...
Why?
Huh?
Did you say something? Why are you telling us this? Oh, well, because... I only remember it because I remember there being an extra space at the round table during the trials. And I wondered who the empty space was for at the time. Yeah. And then at some point I thought maybe it was because of Toko's split personality, but hearing him talk is not that. So it's definitely got me curious. Oh, well, because like I told you, this killing game is desperately popular. You wouldn't believe the ratings. You know, when no one can turn from the TV, of course the ratings are gonna be high. And since we've got so many viewers now, I wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. I don't want to wake up to a hurricane of complaints and hate mail, you know?
Yes, indeed.
Makes sense? No.
Well, now.
Okay. That's all you get for now. Oh, actually, I do have some revenge to get. So I have an extra bonus for you. Revenge. I want to get back at that sneaky Miss Kitty Kitty. So I'm gonna share a little secret with you. Seriously?
Hey,
You know how she wears those stupid gloves day in and day out all the time? Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but she wears them to cover a bunch of hideous scars that she doesn't want anyone to see. What? Okay. Now that's all you get. Oh, that was some great revenge there. Yeah. Telling us about some scars. Oh, that's totally gonna break her heart if she's still among the living. You got us. Right? Just mind-blowing. Oh, of course it's mind-blowing for Makoto. Makoto wears those scars. No, Kyoko wears those scars. Those gloves to cover up a bunch of scars. Wait. So on the back of her hand, the tattoo. know. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? And that's why Kyoko wears those gloves. To hide the scars. Which means those fake nails on the court. Are you thinking about Kyoko again? Huh?
What?
Forget about her. What matters right now is uncovering Monokuma's trap. His trap?
Such ignorance.
Ooh, I'm not gonna say that. Don't you remember what Monokuma just told us? Said there were 16 students, right? Which means Mukuro was a student here.
That's right.
Obviously, Monokuma was trying to tell us that Mukuro is the one creating the rules to the game. Trying to tell us? It's almost exactly what he told us. Stop trying to sound so smart, just repeating facts. But why would he tell us that? And why now? He said he wanted to make things clear so there wouldn't be any complaints later. But the mere fact that he said that proves that Mukuro is connected to this case. That's why Monokuma revealed the existence of the 16 students. He needs to make our investigation fair. Mukuro is related to the case.
It's certainly possible.
Perhaps she's the one who killed Kyoko. What? But Kyoko didn't have on press-on nails, though. She didn't wear press-ons. Is anybody going to connect that dot? Did she just wake up one day and decide that she wants to put on some press-ons just to be murdered the following day? That would explain why we would have to have a class trial, wouldn't it? If she's a student and she killed someone, that would make her part of the school killing game. Mukuro is the killer. She killed Kyoko? Makoto, please don't listen to this man. This man be off every single time. Anyone should be able to come to that conclusion, don't you think? In fact, that's exactly what I thought when the investigation first began. Why does Heffa lie? Because I could have sworn when this investigation began, he accused me because I didn't have an alibi. Where were these suspicions for a student that you didn't know existed yet? Okay, I'll mind my business.
What?
But based on what Monokuma just told us, I've changed my mind.
It's all clear now.
Mukuro Ikusaba isn't the culprit. Huh? What makes you say that? We thought Mukuro, the ultimate despair, was the mastermind's true identity. But if that's true, Monokuma's behavior makes no sense. Why would the mastermind go out of their way to reveal themselves to us? That's a good point.
So, in other words,
Mukuro giving us information that would raise questions about her revolt, said the beast. It makes more sense then to assume that Mukuro isn't the culprit. So that's the fact. They want us to suspect Mukuro and come to the wrong conclusion. That's what makes sense to me. The way you say it, it definitely does seem possible. But if that's really true, if Mukuro isn't the killer, then who is? Well then, I believe our work here is finished. Let's move on. I'm sure there are other places in need of investigation. Your guess is as good as mine. I guess word of mouth? Find out if that key and the dojo are really connected.
Let's go.
Well, are you coming? You know, we don't need to stick together anymore, Bacula. We really don't. Like, I only needed you for that room. There are wooden lockers here. They use wood block keys, just like at those super traditional bathhouses. It looks like the key we found in Gilbertson really does go to one of these lockers.
I see.
Makoto, you see the locker farthest to the right?
Very strange.
The only one that doesn't have a key in it at the moment. Also, the key has a 6 on it. It has a 6 directly on it, telling you exactly where it goes. Why are we guessing? Why are we guessing? You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found in that locker, right?
That's right.
Well, just try it. Oh, okay. Check out the woodblock key. It inserts it into the locker's metal lock, and the locker eagerly accepted the key and it opened. Did it eagerly accept it? Did the inanimate object eagerly accept the key? There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total. So is no one gonna talk about the fact that the bomb that we found with Monokuma earlier was the same bomb that blew up the body, and the only people who knew about said bomb were the people in the gym? I got questions. They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are. Of course, without a bow, they're nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a wadded up ball of duct tape. I wonder what this is used for. Is that a blessing?
I see.
If it is, that means it must surely be related to the case. Duct tape is related to the case somehow? But how could it possibly be involved? I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Is something wrong?
Very strange.
It's very odd, don't you think? The locker was hiding items that were clearly related to the case. Were they clearly related? But how did the key to the locker wind up in the victim's room?
Why?
Or perhaps Byakuya? Forget it. Come on, we need to continue on to the next location. What next location, bro? Huh? What next location?
What?
There's still something we need to look into. Why is it a we now? Why is it something that we have to look into? At first, you were dreading coming along with me. All of a sudden, it's a we situation. We need to do more research on Fenrir. Fenrir? The mercenaries group that Mukudo was a part of? But how are we supposed to find out about that? Isn't it obvious? Where in the school would you go to research on something? Research. Are you talking about the archive? That's right. The archive has all kinds of info that the general public doesn't have access to.
Let's go.
We only have so much time before the trial begins. Let's hurry. Dracula, you irked my soul, man. You very much irked my ever-loving soul. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here. This man memorized the location of information in the archive? You're the light. Byakuya seemed to know the archive like the back of his hand and went straight to a shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned with the file in hand. Okay. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. I have to use the bathroom. you the information. Why can't you ever just give me the information? I have no idea what it says. What language is this? How do you make it all the way to high school without learning a single word of French? The same way that most people make it to high school without learning French. It's not a part of the curriculum. That's how. I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever. I'll read it for you. But I expect you to repay your debt 100 times over. At present, I really, truly hope that you're one of the next ones gone, okay? I don't feel the change that I'm supposed to feel in you. Everybody else has evolved at least a little bit. You're still an a-hole. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out of the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. I don't get it. I got about this much hope. About this much hope left in Bacula. Just this much. Just like Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok, their mere presence is enough to strike fear into any enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicate they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they acquired. For people who are that powerful and deadly, I don't know how y'all could just get rid of so many of them at one time. I don't see how that works at all. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tensions within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternate reality. Well, it isn't. This is our reality. The only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields are much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting isn't the word I would use. Me either, Makoto. I definitely would not use those words at all to describe that. This man is more of a match with With Toko's anything. Okay? He's a little Billy. So, did anything jump out at you? Maybe your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mention it, the report said something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? That's right. It said Fenrir is the wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body. What? They got a tattoo of Fenrir. Could that mean? Well,
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us. Organisms, the earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end.
this
You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
I've learned almost nothing. So I guess, prepare for a lot of me, getting voted out and killed during this trial. Yay. All we can do now is try to uncover the truth during the class trial. That's a terrible idea for
That's
Koda.
right.
It would seem that way. Let's go. I feel like I could have learned so much more just not being I feel like if I could have just investigated stuff on my own and not be dragged around by Bacula. Whoa! Byakuya and Makoto showed up together? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, this might be my new favorite ice cream. I don't think I'll be getting any other ice cream from Dairy Queen ever again. Sweet Lord. Oh, where the heck have you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Investigating? Makoto's ranked high enough for you guys to go off together? Just the two of you?
Huh?
What? Are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Any second. Yep, to say his foolish speech. Just like he does every time. Could show up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. This would be the time. This would be the exact time that he just decides to let them stand here and get in the elevator themselves. See? Look at him. Look at him. I freaking knew it. We stood there for 5 full minutes. waiting for something weird to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokuma shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here or... Or what?
What?
Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You've got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start till everyone's here now, can we?
Huh?
What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. But I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the one making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey,
I knew it! I knew it couldn't have been Kyoko. Who was it? Woo! Sorry. Kyoko's my second favorite character. I'm here. And no rules been broken. Kyoko!
Ah,
Kyoko! You're still alive? No! That's a ghost! What is with this man thinking that everybody's a ghost? Stop talking. If you wanna fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of that fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulation did I violate? Of course you will. Yes, of course you will. Am I wrong? You're so selfish. So spoiled. You're right. There's no penalty officially. But I bet you'll be sorry later.
shing!
No. I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts onto the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of you. Only so you can disappear into the wall. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko!
Ah,
So you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Yeah. So glad you're okay. Perhaps. But that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Huh? He's right. Now we've got to deal with the ghost. You know, this man belongs as a member of Mystery Incorporated. Cause what in the world? What in the absolute world? Oh.
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without ever looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator. Master! Wait for me! Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial is over. Will you though? Could you always go into a mini depressive state after each one of them? And then you eat your feelings. And then you're happy. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. Does it count as piling if there's so much room in the elevator now? But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. You know, I didn't think so. When you have enough room that everybody can lie down without touching each other, you can't pile in. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you, where have you been this whole time? You used that key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So,
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor.
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Well, yeah. Then, when did you find out?
So,
Just now. I finished my search and came back down, just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? Time out. It only took her 10 minutes to gather information about the murder? Okay, I'm getting more and more convinced that she has to be some kind of detective or spy or police person to be able to get through and gather information in only 10 minutes. She has to be the best of the best. So that's why you were late.
however,
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you were on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
wrong.
Actually, to be precise, not quite.
In other words,
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in the school. So that's how she's been getting into my bedroom? Did she lie that first night when she said that I left it unlocked? What?
just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto,
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation,
it would seem
because this is probably the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her. That's a strange way to put it. The class trial is important for everyone, right? So So why did she save the crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Yoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? You know, in your present situation, I don't think there's such a thing as overthinking the words coming out of people's mouths. Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. And the door slid shut. Oh man, you about to go through this inner monologue again. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears. And the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Is it just me? Or, is the trial room different? I don't remember all these bright colors. Oh, good. I thought I was tripping for a second. So before, there were just subtle differences. This time, they just smacked us in the face with all the brightest colors that they could clash together. Great! Great! Totally not distracting at all. In the slightest. I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. Calm down. It's been like 4 or 5 days. If that. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed. Okay.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so, the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly clash trial. Makoto, is it necessary for you to have this monologue every single time? You just have to list out all the deadlies every single time? Yes, please. However, that's what last. Such times. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, that's stupid. Just why? Why? One of them has burnt, the other half body on vacation. The other half body is on fire. Body in the long, quick nail. Yeah. I had Taco the dog. Probably an assassin. This is a chart 3. It was the bomb. Yep. Sprinkles go off at 7:30. Okay. As such, it can be assumed that if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, it would have gotten wet. Unless it was covered in that tarp. Yeah. Yeah, you realize who I was? Did you realize who I was? And how I struggle with the goddamn bullets. And I struggle with the little beat joint. Give me the goddamn hangman. 9 times out of 10, I can get that every time. But you give me the goddamn beats. And you give me the goddamn bullets. It's guaranteed. I'm gonna be here for another hour. Just trying to get the bullets down. Makoto wakes for the morning announcements. Makoto and Hina arrive at the dining hall. Makoto meets the others at the gym. Because they have some pet matches to do. Part is hidden among the other items in the tool shed. One side is wet. This is muddy grime. The other side is clean and dry. The number of chickens in the coop has decreased from 5 to 4. Still don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm just going to say that I should have just put the game on easy when I had the time. Because putting it on normal has not worked in my favor yet. Porcelain gardens is up in nighttime. Why? They already forced you to take that route on a number of occasions. Why do it to yourself? Why do it on hard? On purpose? Oh! Jeez. Well, more power to you. More power to you. Okay. As far as this body goes, this is telling me that it might have been there when the sprinklers went off. And that's why there's no blood. Because tarp covered body, but tarp did not cover the blood spatter around it, which made blood go bye-bye. Ultimate soldier. So not ultimate despair. Ultimate soldier. Oh, there's a lot on her. Got it. Game 16 participants. All students. To the liquidate color with 62. Feels that. A set of titanium arrows was found in a dojo locker. There appears to be 10 in total. Along with the arrows, there was also a wadded up ball of duct tape in the locker. The duct tape had traced the blood on it. Secret tool you experience access. Alright. Oh. I've learned nothing else. I've learned absolutely nothing else. This trial finna give me a headache. because I know that the narrator is gonna pop up and throw some other foolishness.
Let's begin with a
in
basic
my
explanation
face.
of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
I put nothing past this game.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
Shut up, hero.
But
Shut up.
Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
Ghost
There's a limit to
technology?
how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Yoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
Can you imagine if her eyes were
And
the
would
thing that
you
gave her
happen to
away?
know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion.
Sir,
I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
are you serious? There's no way that corpse is Kyoko. Well, duh. I can't prove why. They're gonna be stuck here and the kids won't move forward. So I don't have a choice but to. Man, I was enjoying the ice cream.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I know the body isn't Kyoko, it's not
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing at all.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
I don't know what y'all want me to do.
Okay, then prove it.
Tell me I'm gonna
Prove
kill
she's not
myself
a
on the
ghost.
first.
The dead body wasn't
First
wearing
one.
gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
I would.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Alright,
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then
Yep,
prove it.
we're gonna be here
Prove
a
she's
while.
not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the
We're
explosion.
definitely gonna be here a while.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
I can see
Well,
Tom
yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
See, it would be
That
even worse
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
if I was a mouse and keyboard.
Okay, then prove it.
You've seen
Prove
me.
she's not a ghost.
You've seen my
The
sick
dead body
moves
wasn't
on the mouse
wearing
and
gloves.
keyboard.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves
This
before
will
the
take
explosion.
1,000 times longer.
Yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
Hit
'Cause
it!
that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Shut up.
That Kyoko. Okay, then prove
The dead body
they got burnt up.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Shoot! That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
I forgot to eat them all.
That Kyoko there is...
Okay, then prove
The dead body
they got burnt up.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Shoot!
Okay.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves.
that it shouldn't have. Because I hit it with the fake nails argument. I hit it. And it did not bounce off of the background argument. I see what kind of trial this is going to be. See exactly what kind of trial this is going to be.
Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Yeah.
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Huh?
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Big facts.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
We shouldn't even
It
be
should have
arguing
been
this.
obvious since she's standing right here.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Literally. Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right? If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
And that one I completely missed. I get that one. Yep.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't
I
think so.
felt that one in my
The
soul.
face was scorched beyond recognition.
Felt
And there
that
wasn't
one
any description in the Monokuma file.
My
Well, if
deepest
we
depth
can't identify the
of my
body...
soul.
No!
Oh. I felt all of that right in here.
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, he'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
Shut up, Hero.
Being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh yeah.
That's just a technicality.
The design's pretty strange,
Because
huh?
Monokuma doesn't
Is
do
this
things regular.
A dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The
Why
identity
would
of the
you
victim
listen
is
to
hidden within that
Coco of all
tattoo.
people?
Oh, really?
To compare the tattoo to other information we have, this identity should be clear.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay,
You're
so...
absolutely right.
To show that they're a member
Hero
of
is
the
in
team,
his own
each
world.
soldier that joins the
You
squad
don't actually care about figuring out who's done it.
would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
Finish that up in his finger is. Makoto. I be doing good, enjoying my cotton candy ice cream. And then you can't just do a little talking, bro. You can't just do a little talking. I was almost at the end of my little mini
Now I
cup.
understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast.
Why do you just know that?
He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a coup-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us, just another participant.
Then
Soko
who's the
talked
real
too much during
mastermind?
this trial.
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But
Soko
how can we
talking to
trust
her.
that? We already know your information about
I
Mukuro
get
was
real
wrong.
suspicious when they be talking too much during
My
the trial,
information was not
but
wrong.
they usually ain't got no information.
Okay,
to put
okay. We're in
into
the
it.
middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
That might
Fine.
also
Uncovering the identity of the
know,
mastermind will have to wait. But
explain
remember
how
this.
Soko did not die.
No
in
matter
that
what happens,
explosion.
we will find out who you
'Cause
really
she
are.
might have known that
I
it was
stake
gonna
my
happen.
family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then,
That sounds
just
about
so
right.
nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
He said that to you earlier, Bacula.
One of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
My vote's
Get a
on
hold of
Toko.
yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Or at the very least.
Huh?
Genocide
I'm sure you
Jill.
realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Based on what we know, there can only be two suspects. Do I have to say myself? Because I very much want to say this. Because this is what I suspect.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
The only suspects now are me and Kyoko. I can't stand it. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
A little bit.
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Got it.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body?
Well, duh, Hina.
What time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the
We found it
pickaxe.
at 9. So what time was the body discovered?
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Yeah. So there's 11 hours to account for it. Yay. Okay, that's here, but I don't want that.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right?
Yep.
That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. And I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. Okay, then it looks like the game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, And I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time. We've established a time frame for the murder.
Got it.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
No? Really?
Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder.
Okay, let me look
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I mean, it happened in the garden at the same time every morning.
We've established a time frame for the murder.
Does that not have to do
It
with
took
the
place
sprinkler?
somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Does that
Yep,
not have to do
and
with
Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think.
I have to shoot the
So
10 o'clock?
Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I never would have thumped you.
We've established a time frame for the
Never
murder.
ever would have thumped you.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at
No,
I never would have thought that.
actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It
I
had to
need-
have
I need
taken
some
place
clearer
way
clues.
later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
No, I'm saying that the body
mouth
was wet,
down
but
south?
not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
The mouth
You're totally
down
wacko.
south.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinkler that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit tempo with certain evidence. God dang it, I hate this tempo crap. Look at the body itself as an experience.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you
prove it?
I hate it so much. Why did they have to introduce
Just
bullet
remember what
counts?
the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because
Man, that girl got hentai for brains.
while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Okay, my question, why couldn't the
Then I
officer
guess
just
the
put out the
sprinklers
fire?
really didn't do
He
it.
already had the bucket in his
So
hand.
if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
Wow, not good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Yoko's the only one without an alibi. It could mean that Makoto's killer is no, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone?
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop
Yes.
wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
When is it ever the obvious
I'm not the
suspect?
only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Something like cover the body.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water.
But the blood
In
got
fact,
washed
that's
away.
exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
But it did get wet though. So how did he go back to take it off when he was with everybody? The way Yoko said. The heart must have touched the body, right? Touched the body.
Wait, something's not right.
And what might that be?
Don't worry about Kyoko's motivation. If I don't do something, everyone's going to think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko says. More bullets.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Remember the blood on the body hadn't dried yet. The operator wanted not to touch it to avoid getting any blood on it.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
No, that's wrong.
Ooh, I thought I was gonna miss that.
Actually,
Whew.
one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right?
Thank you.
Yakuya said
You know,
it
I get at
himself.
least one of those.
Not to touch it, or you
First
might
try.
get some on you.
This one.
If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
How?
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was camouflage.
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office.
The chicken!
That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Missing chicken.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
Yeah.
What? Chicken blood?
Oh, so there's just a random dead chicken somewhere?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying
Oh,
Someone
never
killed
mind.
a chicken
There's a big old
and then covered the
plant
body
in
with
there
its blood?
that could have very much consumed
That's
the dead
messed up.
chicken.
Killing a living thing just to do something like
Scratch
that
that.
is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Tina,
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene
Bruh.
so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange.
yeah.
Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
Dun, dun,
They
dun.
covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
Nope.
I think so.
Makoto.
Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body
the little
didn't get
comic
wet
strip
because the killer
gonna
covered
give
it
me
with
a
the tarp.
headache.
Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
Okay.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Nope.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body.
And one person
They'd be
went
done in no
back
time.
to the closet.
Maybe. But still,
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
that's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
That's crazy.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
How is it all on me? But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one.
Well, then, it looks like
Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious,
Brother.
man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Brother.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
One we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right?
And here we go.
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Here we go. Listen, more important, now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. So what to do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Huh? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
I think you mean 30%. Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I can prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Now, Makoto, how are we going to do that?
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it!
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Why would we start with the Makoto's stone body after the artist leaves? Which means the knife was struck through Makoto's body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it!
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it!
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What
I
a
hate these
horrible
bullets.
man you are, Makoto.
I hate these bullets so much.
The
I hate
knife
this
we
so
found
much.
lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it!
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes...
Well, getting stabbed is what killed...
No, it's wrong! Wait, Hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro.
I don't understand.
That
why
should be
these bullets
clear
aren't
from the
faster.
description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Really? The victim was stabbed twice in the same spot. No, there's no way that's possible. The exact position of the body is written down for everyone to see.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. I totally forgot about that.
Then the knife...
Are we forgetting about the blow to
It
the
was
head?
just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her.
The blow to the head.
Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
But the file said blow to
Oh,
the
hey,
head.
I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but... What's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
I wish you would stop calling
Well,
people
if you're
dumb.
so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic
Shut up,
level
Hero.
spontaneous combustion.
Shut up.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any
Why?
headway on
Why
this.
me? Why couldn't you just answer her question?
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of
Y'all
course,
got the memory of a bunch of guppies.
we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect, you, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
Yes.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine, I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
Can somebody remember the blow to the head? You need to determine the ultimately kill good. I need to concentrate. It was the knife. Not the knife. The blow to the head. Come on.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Michael the cover and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Alright, so it's the memory thing. Oh, thank you for the follow, Ethan.
Shoot!
Welcome in. Yeah, I
Then
figured.
shall we continue the debate?
Feel
The
like it might
victim's
be a
fatal
memory
injury
thing
has yet
that
to
I
be
need to
determined,
figure out
correct?
yet again.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah.
How's your night or morning
According to the
going?
Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Ah, I feel like that might be wrong. And yeah, most of them are long gone from
Then
this
shall we
world.
continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
There we go.
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
Whew.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
Hero, you just
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Oh, God.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
Please.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power.
How do you know this, Toko?
I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
How do you know
No
this,
thanks.
Toko?
I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to
Those
scoop
are
out
way
that
too
nasty
thick.
brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
Toko, why?
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Here.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Toko, please chill.
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
No! Stop throwing it to me! I'm not good with the alley-oops. I'm not good with the alley-oops, man.
I got it!
Woo!
Mukuro was
Okay.
hit in the back of the head with something,
Woo!
and that's what killed her.
Jeez.
And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the
Started to lose
dojo.
hope the further down I went.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed.
That's what we
There's
got.
no doubt about it.
That's what we
Are
got.
you sure?
I don't know
That
what to tell you at
sounds-
this point.
Kinda weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
Coco,
I'm not backtalking
come on
anything.
now.
I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Tina for doubting it, because there's one more thing about that weapon. You know, you have to go all the way back to the beginning to see everyone still alive
The
and well.
titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Come on.
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe.
Yeah.
It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking
Why?
back to
Why
Master!
does that thing just get smaller and smaller?
You have no right!
It's just that yeah, I know.
The
I know.
titanium arrow.
I didn't realize that it would get smaller.
It was in the dojo
and
locker,
smaller.
right? I
Yes.
have no doubt
Yes, I
that
am.
was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
With movable ears.
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Dude,
Well,
I
as
got
in
it
the
from Amazon.
Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Talking back to Master!
I'm
You
gonna
have
cut
no
this game out.
right!
I'm gonna cut this game out.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo. I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound
Well, because in the it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thick.
Thank you.
No, that's wrong.
Oh,
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
I hate these bullets.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape.
Yeah.
The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick
Coco,
is
you're
weak.
talking way
Put
too
them
much
together,
to
and
have
they
me
become
not be
strong.
suspicious of
It's
you.
meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
You're bringing way too much
How is it
random knowledge
You
here.
even listening.
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker,
Uh-huh.
it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no.
Not
you
Hawkeye.
absolutely have.
How can you say that with such
How he
confidence?
sneak in and sneak out?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Proof.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you?
Shut up, Bacula.
If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
I'm sick of you, okay?
Then show us.
Very
Show
much
everyone the
sick of you.
evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo?
I got it! The one thing that proves
Thank
Kyoko was in
God.
the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Right.
Because
Especially when she
I found
couldn't
it
get
in
into
your
her
room.
room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just
With
the final
Spider-Man,
piece of
it
the
might be a
puzzle.
little too suspicious.
Your non-existent alibi,
there'd be
your
way
clear
too many
motive, your
questions
attempts to frame
of
Makoto
how
for the
and
crime.
At what angle
This
things were
all
done.
proves that you are the true culprit.
Although,
You
I
can't
guess
explain this away, so just
you
give
wouldn't really
up.
suspect him
Hold
if
on
you
a
didn't
second.
know that he was Spider-Man.
Not this again. You really are dead
Mhm.
set on defending her, aren't you?
That would make for a
No,
good investigation.
it's
though.
not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her.
Yeah.
Kyoko, I want you to tell me something.
You look so intense.
Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there?
Inquiring minds would like to
That's
know.
what I need
Kyoko.
to know.
Inquiring minds would like to
I
know.
was just protecting you.
What?
I thought so. She was protecting me. Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko... She killed someone?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
don't
I
think
knew
she's
you
done
were
it either.
stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know
Becky,
better than
you've been
anyone I didn't do
wrong.
it.
Every
Can
single
you
time.
tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
Hello? You have her room key. Yeah. What does that mean? He has her key.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Wait, Yoko gave her communication to Byakuya, right? Which you mean...
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you
Well, I was
hiding?
definitely going to
Master
absorb
would
that last
never
statement
hide something from me!
and then hit it with proof.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is
I
that
guess
what you're
it
saying?
did become too opposite.
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my
Well,
crime
I'd
in
be
the
on the
dojo
right
locker,
track.
and then left the locker key in my
No!
own room,
Gotcha.
correct? But
Could I really have done that?
Makoto,
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Monokuma don't get bored.
What are you hiding?
Master would never hide
And that
something
white
from
noise
me!
gets me every time, man.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Every single time.
Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct?
Shoot!
Those words you just spoke.
I'm a reverse.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
Yes, Coco.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
No, he's wrong. If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. If
Well,
I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
every time. And be dead wrong every time. No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this just isn't her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that ready? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Is there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap a mastermind has laid for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko, but what if that's not really true? I mean, it's basically what they do here. The mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro, and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose her. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The mastermind is trapped. I feel like I'm William Shatner. You spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Do not run away.
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear
I
it.
mean, I was gonna
Where's
go with
this
it
lie,
regardless, because I don't want to die. Kyoko is definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to be hidden.
I I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Then, when we searched Kyoko's room, how else could the key have gotten there?
Someone other than me must have put it there. That's the only explanation.
Kyoko herself told me before the trial started that she had stolen something very important from the headmaster's room.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Then,
Woo!
No,
Just in the nick of time.
No. Kyoko could have
Last
gotten into her
second
room.
possible.
You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Actually, to be precise, not quite. I used Monokuma's secret tool to open any lock in the school. What?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school. Which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost. That's all this means.
Are you trying to go back on us, bro?
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Well, duh.
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished. The class trial is all over.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
It's because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you. But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Now that's extra suspicious. Good job. Brilliantly right. We got it. Right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Kyoko.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Is everyone ready? Okay then.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
This doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right at all. So Kyoko's gonna die for no good reason? Because I'm very much curious how she got the bomb. I have very, very strong questions. This don't feel right. This don't feel right at all. This don't feel right. This some bull. This some super bull. And that's how the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent or... Regardless, the truth was lost forever. Even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. I hate all of this. I hate every bit of this. I hate every bit of this. This is not the end that I would have wanted. I hate all of that. Every single ounce of it. Every single ounce. Oh my gosh. Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Hope. Hope? This is hope?
No! This isn't right!
Huh? Ew. That was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Okay? I never want to see that ever again.
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Her claim? Oh, that's right. I have to. Do I expose Kyoko's lie or not? Get me out of here. She's not wrong. I have to think about it very carefully. What do I do? Decide right here and now whether to expose. I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact?
First of all, that future was disgusting. I don't want that for Kyoko, and I surely don't want that for Makoto. I don't really care what the other ones do with themselves. But those two, they don't deserve it.
I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
What? It had to be Makoto.
Wow.
I don't see any other option.
Oh, that's
Wait a second.
wild.
You've got it all wrong. Let's
That's
think about it one more
absolutely
time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you?
Hello.
Lukaro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead, and then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What?
Oh, rude.
Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time
What's the
for
point of this
voting
timer
time,
then?
okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Again. This don't make a difference. What ain't? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job.
Yep.
So he's gonna say that regardless. Yeah, they got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect. I'm not stretching that out. It's the same as always. Just like all the other class trials. And I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Kyoko.
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I am all confuzzled, okay? I'm all confuzzled. particular trial, it really is going to give me a headache, ain't it? It's truly going to give me a headache. Bruh. Get me out of this scene. Get me out of this scene. None of this is making sense. Yeah, it was definitely meant to fully confuse. Also, where did alter ego come from?
What?
Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter ego. Alter ego? This is a stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell. I don't believe this. It would seem he finally made a miscalculation. No. You miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you already won? Side note, how come Alter Ego didn't pop out to save Kyoko? I've got a few questions and concerns. I barely felt a sting. It was a pinch, an itch. Gotcha. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smashing flat. But you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's an even better punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko. What's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hulk Speak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years hundreds of years of tradition. It sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. I mean, it's been a little bit since we had some free time. I think we only got one good day of free time this chapter, and then it was on to the drama. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope Peak a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school. Two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I've ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally, I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again. And then I was awake. Or this is just another dream. A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter ego saved me. And he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to start looking for a way out of here. That's a rocket and a tank. Better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. You know, I remember almost everything in this trash heap. And how they contributed to the killing of certain people. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food up here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are all around bad ideas? Again, pointless. Because he's Makoto. He always has to see the bright side in the situation, even when he should be thinking of other things. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides, but that's still not enough reason to give up, because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It's like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched the pile of garbage jostle and form an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of garbage just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells
sweetie.
awful.
Oh. Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. Whew! That really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So, you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt, or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there's a reason that I had to survive. no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible. Amnesia? Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto,
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
that's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Looking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying that you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However,
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind, which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. Just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Are we sure that Makoto couldn't possibly be a mastermind. So some of these dreams and these thoughts are a little iffy. It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now. Dun dun dun. But do those thoughts mean that he isn't the mastermind? Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, but understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember. But at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability. What everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. Called it! The ultimate detective.
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. You have to find someone? Who?
So...
Well... This is true. I knew she had to either be a detective or a child cop. There was no other options. Is the headmaster of Hope Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Ha! Called it again! What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. And as it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way.
Huh?
No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko? What's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point. But when he said that, I felt strange. Makes perfect sense now, of course. Since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map.
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope Speak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, the room would likely hold more clues. So I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So I went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
but once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. And really ominous.
However...
Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. Has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then who did kill
Anyway...
her? What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial in Mukuro Ikusaba is to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared. And in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope Speak Academy at your discretion.
In other words...
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules. And with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
Hey.
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusabi. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have been the victim?
Indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into places just like this.
Anyway...
Which is exactly what happened with me. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
Correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However...
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them. But that led to Whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
Correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the clash crowd to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want. They feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the clash trial to try and kill you, because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the clash trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So, what does it all mean?
In other words,
it means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. We're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair? It would seem that despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair.
Indeed.
Make no mistake. They're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Dang. Well. Don't give me that BS. God dang it. Whew. I guess the final chapter not including the epilogue. Makoto, stop trying to get me deep into you, man. Woo! Okay. And turn the music back on. Right there. Whew. Well, that was a doozy. Still have a lot of questions, especially since a lot of the clues pointed towards Toko or Genocide Jill. Whichever one. They're two sides of the same coin. But yeah, a lot of the clues pointed to them. So I'm very, very curious. Was it? Because it seemed very obvious and intentional. Because at this point, she's one of the few that went off by herself. Somehow she got hit point blank by a bomb and survived almost unscathed, as if she knew that there would be a bomb and she needed to tuck and roll. You know, I have questions. And it's almost always the most suspicious person talking the most and defending things on during the trials. Like they should have done better. They should have done better, because all the clues pointed to Toko. And I'm quite upset at the turnout here, because I didn't do nothing wrong but have a fever, and have a fever dream that turned into a fever reality. Very, very upset, you know? Very upset. Whew. I don't know how to feel about this chapter. That all started with literally a fever dream. Literally a fever dream. Huh. I'm all kind of confuzzled. All kinds of confuzzled. But I guess this was the only way to get clues. Well, yeah, I feel like there could have been better ways, but here we are. I mean, I can definitely see why. Because it's a lot. It is definitely a lot to take in. So I definitely get it. Whew. Of course. They literally tried to make everything point to her. Especially given the fact that they couldn't find her. So there was no way for her to prove that she was innocent. Oh, but man, oh man. That just makes me curious. Do they plan to try this again with another victim? And try to get her gone? Or are they just going to accept the fact that they didn't get her? I'm curious to find out how this is going to turn out. Gotcha. Oh man. This was a roller coaster. Just 4.5 hours of literal Monokuma foolishness. Because it had almost nothing to do with us. It was all Monokuma foolishness. From him faking his death to stopping the trial midway. Oh my gosh. 4.5 hours of foolishness. I can't believe him. He just threw all caution to the wind and just dove ears first into chaos. And didn't even resurface until he got to kill somebody. Even when he didn't technically get to kill somebody. Because he doesn't even know what happened. Oh. At this point, I should have just got the Junko hat. I could have made her ponytails bounce instead of his ears. I could have had bouncing blonde ponytails, you know? I could have had little bouncing ponytails. But no. He just I cannot with that man. I simply cannot. Okay, let's just absolutely be sure that this is saved. Because I refuse to do this again. Like that last time that y'all tried to do this to me. No. We will not be doing this again, okay? We will not be doing this again. Quadruple check and make sure you're saved. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. It was the second or third chapter. I went to go and load it for stream, and it turned out it didn't save right before we had found a body. And I had to go through the entire day all over again before stream started so that I could get back to where we were at the end of the previous stream. And I don't even know how it didn't save. Because every time y'all watch me save it at the end of every stream before I go to me. But for whatever reason, it did not take. And I had to go through those 1.5 to 2 hours all over again. Man, if that is a bug in the game, that's diabolical. And somebody should have fixed it a long time ago. But I guess if people only assume that it happened to them, and it only happened that one time early in the game, who's gonna report it? All I know is that day it broke my heart. Because I went from starting stream at like 6 o'clock to starting stream at like 8 or 9. Because I had to redo it all. It was a dark day over here. It's a very dark day. But you know, yeah, I thought you would. But I am going to try to stream tonight, and it'll probably be some DVD. would like to continue to rank people up, get them prestiged, and get the same build that I have on my PlayStation on Steam. Because I need Sheva to be her best. And she can't be her best with what we have right now. My poor baby is not surviving how she needs to. And how she does on the PlayStation with perks from certain people. And we need to get back there. Because I can't have her suffering this way. So we'll probably be on that tomorrow. And if I can get on that early enough, might even do a second stream later on in the evening. Playing one of these random horrors that are installed on this here desktop. We're gonna see how it goes. So I'm gonna see y'all later. Hope y'all have a good day or night. And I'll catch y'all in the next stream. I'm tired. Monokuma just him tucking me out with his foolishness. He made my brain work for nothing. He could have just nipped this in the bud early on, but he made me go through all the different steps of the trial for what? But oh no. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'll see y'all next time. I'm gonna go fake cry myself to sleep and wallow in the despair that Monokuma has created. You too, Spook. You too. I'll see you later. Don't mind my dramatics. It just needs to happen. Bye, y'all.